Do 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 do. Oh, that light's bright. There, that's better. Hey, stream, what's going on? We're a little early. Welcome. We're gonna jump into Pantheon. We're home a bit early today, which was nice. Probably gonna jump into a little bit of AI just before the crew gets on because I'm early. But apparently we're patching. So we'll have that done and then we'll jump in. I hope you guys are doing well. I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have to come up with some more prompts, see what we can do, or see what we can come up with. We'll go over the patch notes too, just to say we did that. We got to come up with some good ideas. We got to come up with some good ideas. I need a couple more stories. We got to think of something. So let's do what? Let's what's this untitled? Oh, that's when I didn't realize what was going on with the pages. So we'll delete that one. So do we want to try deep research? Let's try deep research. Okay. Create a 400-page novel using the lore of Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. Create a 400-page novel using the lore of Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. And the following characters who will serve as the adventuring party of the story. Oh wait, and the following characters who are part of the story. Krushnek, let's say a male ogre warrior born in the Barrow Dark. Born in the Barrow Dark. Let's do that. So Krushnek, a male ogre warrior born in the Barrow Dark. Carrie, a female, a human female ranger born in, I guess we'll say Avelia. Might not be the greatest, but we'll see what's up. There's no way this could go wrong. You should have been here yesterday. A human female ranger born in Avelia. Anathea, a human male. Oh no, she's female. Female wizard. Raised in the Mage Spire. I don't even know what the place is called. Mage Spires of Thronefast. Bobza, a male enchanter, also from the Mage Spires. I don't even know if this is going to work. Who else was there? There's myself, there's Carrie, there's Anna, there's Bobza. Oh, Wandara. The human male summoner. Where's he going to be from? We can't put him all from the Mage Spires. Is it even called a Mage Spire? What's it even called? I don't even know what it's called. Okay, hang on. So we have Krushnek the Ogre, Carrie the Ranger, Anathea the female wizard. Someone's got to come from Sohirith. Wait, Carrie might be an elf. Is Carrie an elf or a human? I don't remember. Let's say elf. Female elf ranger. Born in... Oh, I can't spell Sohirith. How do you spell Sohirith? Sohirith? I think that's close. Anathea, human female wizard raised in the Mage Spires of Thronefast. Bobza, a male enchanter, also from the Mage Spires. Wandara, the human male summoner, who was raised where? Oh, you know what? Let's say, if I say Castle Throne, yeah, we'll say Castle Thronefast. And Essien, the male human cleric, who was raised... Why's my phone ringing? Oh, my phone's ringing. Hang on a second, chat. Okay, sorry, chat, we're back. Essien, the male human cleric who was raised... Oh, I don't want to put him from Avelia. Well, I guess there is the priest... what do you call it? Monastery? It's not a monastery. What's the priest place called in Avelia? The temple? Who was raised in the priest temple located in Thronefast? I don't even know if this is going to make sense. Create a 400-page novel using the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen and the following characters who will serve as the adventuring party of the story. Krushnek, Carrie, Anna, Bobza, Wand, and Essien. The story will detail how they all met, how they became... No, how am I gonna word? I'm thrown in too much word salad. Essien, the male human cleric who was raised in the priest temple located in Thronefast. The story will detail how they all met, how they became... No. How they all met, how they chose to adventure with each other as they traveled. Is it 2 L's? Or is it 1 L? I don't remember. I think it's 2 L's. As they traveled throughout Terminus. The story will detail how they all met, how they chose to adventure with each other as they traveled through Terminus. Let's just say throughout Terminus. We'll keep it like that for now. If we want to add to it, we can highlight it after. Okay, so we're going to do deep research. So it's going to take, like, it said 10 minutes roughly. So we'll hit this, and then we'll go over the patch notes, and then we'll check back and see what it's come up with. This is crazy. Okay, let's go. We'll just hit enter. All right, while it's doing that, let's see what they did. Added a chat message to let the player know when they don't have enough room in their inventory to accept a quest. Oh, okay. Bug fixes. Illusionary floors in some dungeons should once again allow players to pass through them. The cat goblins have lost access to orc skeletons and now summon their minions from a different source. Interesting. Fixed an issue with crafting where it sometimes wasn't allowing ingredient items to be put into crafting. Oh, okay, okay, crafting, I guess, is fixed. Corrected an issue that could cause the portal for Mage Lord Crow Common to potentially fail to spawn in all circumstances where it should have. It should no longer be possible to trigger Vice Baron Requies. Baron Requies, he's mentioned in one of these AI stories we did last night. He comes up in one of them. The erroneous zone line in the caves below Hangor has been removed. Oh, that's cool. Players should now properly remain in AVP. Okay. The open warfare between the Ultherians and the Black Rose forces in Helnir has come to an end, although minor skirmish. Oh, okay, so they're not just going to randomly start aggroing each other. But the fight that takes place inside just past the gate is probably going to stay. Korth Malice has fully embraced the importance of playing the long game and will no longer immediately attempt to murder players who haven't really done anything to offend him. Who's Korth Malice? Is he inside Black Rose Keep? I don't know. Name's not familiar. Players should no longer briefly zone into Eastern Plains while crossing into Silent Plains. Okay. Mind-controlled humans should now attempt to close with their target before using Shatter Self. Okay. Summoned Woodland Wolves no longer grant experience. Summoned Mercenaries no longer grant experience. Okay. The Ushavan Bloodsworn should now only target valid opponents. Okay. So they're not charging all over the map. Okay, I got you. Myrekin NPCs should now assist other Myrekin NPCs that are engaged in combat. Snare effects should no longer work on many bosses. Makes sense. Shaman armor debuffs now overwrite lower ranked versions of themselves. Spirits of Flame should once again spawn properly when fighting Del Taco. Wait, they weren't spawning properly? Mage Lord Crow Common should no longer be able to be interrupted while casting Wildfire. Oh, Korth is the Dark Trader. Gotcha. Oh, that makes sense then. Hey, Briar. What's going on? Hey, Haley. Pets and NPCs can now properly navigate in the canyon that leads from AVP to Black Rose Keep. Oh, that's right, because, people's pets were running off all over the place. Fixed a condition that would sometimes cause players to fall through the world and potentially become stuck when logging in. Items. Corrected item type of Butcher's Gaff. Okay. Reduced number of stat lines on Pyrite chain leggings. Where do those drop? Pyrite? Folded con bonus into stamina and agility. That must drop inside BRK. Updated damage delay for some ranged weapons. Lightweight Dragonbone Recurve, Giant Dropper, Chill Strike, and the Ever-Burning Bow. Okay. Added Paladin to most dropped and vendor sold arrows. Added Dex to Dark Rune Chain Gloves. Change Con to Dex. Okay. Increased duration of clicky effects on mana-infused bowstaff to 30 seconds. Fixed incorrect model for Platinum Inlaid Buckler. Fixed the Blood Inlaid War Gavel not displaying its visual effect. Corrected tooltip on Celis Coiled Halberd. Okay. Okay. NPCs, BRK. Several tuning adjustments have been made to the Stun, Root, Mez, and Fear. Okay. So maybe the goblins won't fear as much? Silencer silence duration reduced from 12 to 6. Diminishing returns enabled. Chemist Peculiar Brew fear effect has diminishing returns. Phyros Mage Blaze Rush reduced to 15 meter. Okay. Black Rose Wolfcaller should once again use their namesake ability. Yaren Foltz should no longer immediately assault players he doesn't like. Oh, I didn't know Yaren had faction. That's the NPC that stands in front of the first gate. Quartermaster Burr's armsman buff has been adjusted. The Chasm Skeeters should no longer be able to multiply infinite. Ah, boo. That was part of the fun. Black Rose Keep. NPC abilities that summon other NPCs should now enforce their full cooldown. Oh, okay, so they're not spamming? Oh, well, we'll see how that works. Abilities used by glow moths should no longer force other NPCs into combat. Mage Lord, Crow Common, Hangor. Oosh now checks for line of sight. Okay. Quest. Players will now be unable to accept the quest, The Legacy of Smoke and Stone, by clicking on its starter item until after they've completed the quest, The Secret of the Stones. Okay. Players who are unable to loot the item after completing the quest The Mirror Demands Blood should now be able to face the NPC again. Shadow Delivery. Okay. Food and drink items may now be foraged. So not a whole lot. A huge cedar tree in Black Rose Keep that was buried in the ground has been unburied. Okay. Alright, it looks like this is done. Alright, so let's see what happens here. Novel development using Pantheon Rise of the Fallen lore. Browse and analyze sources. Check. Wrote report. Check. Deep research report. Here we go. Novel development using Pantheon Rise of the Fallen lore. Introduction, vision, and scope. Oh my goodness. The world of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, or Pantheon RotF, is uniquely poised for the telling of a sweeping high fantasy epic. The MMORPG's lore, cosmology, and regional power struggles provide an ideal canvas for the nuanced adventures of a multiracial party of 6. Krushnek the male ogre warrior from the Barrow Dark, Carrie the female elf ranger from Sohirith, Anathea the human female wizard from the Mage Spires and Thronefast, Bobza the male enchanter. Oh, I didn't give him a race. Whoops. Okay. The detailed research guide is structured to provide you, the novelist, with a thorough and analytical research. Oh, so it didn't write anything? Oh, my goodness. Okay. The intent is to interweave ongoing party development with challenging themes such as the fragments of lost worlds, the trauma and hope of exile, the scars of deific war, and the tension between regional identity and the party's shared destiny. This document draws from exhaustive community documentation, developer blogs, official wikis, and expert commentary, ensuring every character arc and locale emerges as authentically as possible within Pantheon's established mythos. Section 1. Canonical Foundations. The World of Terminus. The Cosmic Tapestry of Terminus. Terminus is not a native linear fantasy world, but a patchwork planet, stitched together from the fragments of vanished realms, each with its unique civilizations, power structures, and gods. Its very geography and metaphysics are defined by catastrophe and difference. Every race, every city, and every artifact is both a relic and an actor in an insistent struggle for belonging and dominance. And then it's got a reference number. That's hilarious. This cosmological singularity gives rise to persistent themes, exile and resilience. No peoples are truly native. Every culture has known exile and trauma. Divine complexity. Deities and pantheons are not local. Some are absent, restricted, or dead, affecting magic, politics, and faith. Environmental memory. Regions visibly reflect the histories of their displaced inhabitants. Architecture, flora, spirit presences, and curses abound. The frail, current age is one of uneasy alliances, ongoing migrations, and new civilizations built atop the bones of the old. Grand cities and wild frontiers alike are haunted by unresolved tensions between the past and emerging futures. It's pretty interesting, chat, I gotta say. 1.2 Planetary and Regional Organization. Continents. Terminus consists of 3 major continents. King's Reach, that's what it's called, you silly turkey. King's Reach, home to humans, elves, and halflings. Rainfall, territory of ogres, Scar, and Darkmere. White Thaw, inhabited by Archai, dwarves, and gnomes. Regions and Seamless World. Pantheon is designed without artificial zoning, but with areas and regions that act as story and gameplay boundaries. Travels between these are physically and narratively significant. characters will traverse vast wilds, haunted ruins, and city-states scarred by centuries-old conflict. This is interesting. Age of conflict and settlement. After the world-shattering Deicide War and the Age of Chaos, the survivors built 3 fortified sanctums and founded the new civilizations that populate current-day Terminus. The gods' withdrawal left societies fractured, further deepening the legacy of hardship and renewal. Section 2. Cosmology, Deities, and Political Power. The Pantheon, or Pantheons, and Divine Limitations. One of Pantheon's greatest complexities is its pluralistic, sometimes missing, divine presence. As gods were forcibly restricted, a phenomenon known as the celestial boundary, mortal societies have been forced to find new ways to organize faith, work arcane magic, and define social order. Implications for the novel. Your characters, especially magic users and clerics, must grapple with uncertain access to divine powers. Faith can be a matter of hope, doubt, or outright contestation. An essential texture for Essien, Anathea, and Wandara. Wait a minute, what about Bobza? He's a caster. Guess enchanters don't count. Factions, relics, and artifacts. Factions in Terminus form along lines of ancestral loyalty, belief, control of artifacts, and political ambition. Ancient relics, like the Ogre's Tomes of War, are both magical and symbolic, their possession hotly contested. Factions include religious orders, arcane societies, military brotherhoods, and city-states, often competing or allying in shifting patterns. Major artifacts. The 7 Tomes of War for the Ogres. The Dragon King relics, which was touched on one of these other stories last night. Celestial Tomes for the Clerics. Gatewalker artifacts for the Wizard. Nature's Heart Seed for the Elves. And Archamental Bindings for the Summoners. These objects are often the fulcrum of quests, the subject of rumors, and catalysts for world events. So these are going to be like what, like mythical items maybe? At some point? Section 3. Regions of Origin and World Building. Krushnek, male ogre, warrior, from Barrowdark, specifically Broken Maw, on Rainfall. Key lore and traits, exiled from fractured ogre clans, martial pride, haunted by lost tomes and curses. Archetype, archetypical maybe? Archetypical themes, honor, rage, burden, something. I can't see that. Does that open? That doesn't open. Well, how's that supposed to fit? Boo. Alright, so it's got our players. Rainfall, the Broken Maw, and Barrowdark, home of the ogres. The Broken Maw and Barrowdark form the dark, frostbitten heart of ogre territory on Rainfall. Here, the ruins of ancient ogre kingdoms and remnants of their shattered sacred sites are overgrown by relentless magical winter, and the region pulses with unresolved rage from past betrayals, clan feuds, and the loss of the 7 Tomes of War. Krushnek's early life is shaped by this world. Culture. Ogres respect strength, valor, cunning, and above all, the power of the 7 Tomes. They are often misjudged as brutish, but their tactics and philosophies run deep, especially regarding the costs of lost unity. Social order. Fractured by leadership void. The ogre clans now war more with each other than outsiders. Old alliances are gone. Honor is proved by combat. Magic and belief. Man, it really did go into detail. Let's not read this whole thing, because there could be a billion words here. Let's just gently scroll down and see what we got. So the narrative relevance in Ogre Hero is almost always tested by whether they can suppress or direct their deepest rage. Then we have King's Reach, Sohirith, Wild's End, and the Fair Thale Forest, home of the elves. Then it breaks down the elves' culture, talks about the Lucent Tree. Carrie is shaped by this atmosphere of suspicion, longing, and the paradoxical urge to explore both the wilds and her own identity. Then King's Reach, thrown fast in castle grounds, the human heartlands. At the core of human power lies Thronefast City. The Mage Spires, Castle Thrown Fast, and the Sprawling Priest Temple. Okay, I'm guessing these aren't capitalized because I don't know what these are called. I called it Castle Thrown Fast, but it looks like it's Thrown Fast City. Thrown Fast City and its wonders. Society, governing ideals, religious, military. Yeah, see, I called it Mage Spires, but the Mage Spires rise above the city, a blend of elite academy, secret society, and magical order. Students compete as much as they collaborate, curating arcane knowledge. Debates rivalries, innovation while being haunted by the dangers of magical hubris. Anathea and Bob's backgrounds are shaped here. Okay. Castle Thronefast, seat of the summoners. The castle is a fortress, but also a research center for summoning. The arcane binding of spirits and elementals. Here, Wandara received years of training, disciplined by powerful elders. Okay. Priest Temple, this is for Essien. The party's cross-regional journey. Characters in Pantheon must constantly traverse highly varied terrain, from the blighted north across dense fey woodlands, through bustling city-states to magical wilds. This physical journey mirrors internal development: home, revolt, exile, negotiation, reunion, and the pursuit of purpose. Travel hazards: orc bands, haunted forests, ruined sanctums, weather phenomena like the fog, and the unpredictable magic inherent to regions snagged from other worlds. Section 4, Race, Culture, and Class, Deep Character Development. Krushnek must be written as the embodiment of both ogre martial greatness and the burdens of a culture fractured by loss. Okay. Man, it broke down everything. I think we're just about done, though, based by the scroll bar. Section 5, Magic Systems, Artifacts, and Party Synergy. Wizardry and the Arcane, Enchantments and Illusions, Summoning, Divine Magic, Ranger Magic, Martial Might. Major Artifacts. Okay. Party Synergy and Conflict. Every party-based story in Pantheon must engage the play of opposing talents and worldviews. The table below offers initial guidance on internal and external tensions. Krushnek, likely allies with Carrie and Essien. Source of conflict: rage versus restraint. Narrative purpose: leadership under pressure. Carrie, likely allies Anathea. Tradition versus risk. Scouting party groundings. Anathea, Wandera, and Bobza, knowledge versus faith, solving magical problems. Bobza is likely allies with all. Trust and mind altering, of course, that's why he's friends with all. Diplomacy, disaster aversion. Wandara, likely allies with Anathea, that makes sense. Control invention. Essien, likely allies with Krushnek, doubt, moral burden, healing, and group cohesion. This ensures not only mechanical complementarity, tank, healer, damage control, support, flexibility, but literary dynamism, giving each chapter opportunities for heroics, growing pains, and decisive emotionally charged victory or defeat. Section 6, Factions, Politics, and World Narrative. The Sacred Six, residual alliance of original exile races, now little more than myth. Order of Gatewalkers, Celestial Priests, the Ogre Clans, the Elven Councils, the Thronefast Regulars, which they are, and then the Archimentalists. Politics and Motivations, Thronefast, Faerthal, Broken Maw, Neutral Towns, Avelia. Section 7, Constructing the Novel Structure. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Pacing and Environmental World Building. Conclusion, the promise and challenge of a Pantheon novel. A great Pantheon Rise of the Fallen novel will be as much about the struggle for meaning in a world of lost certainties as about magical artifacts and grand battles. Characters must feel the weight of history, faction, and personal legacy, yet transcend these in moments of unity, sacrifice, and discovery. Leverage the above research, context, and class region analysis to give each chapter authenticity, emotional bite, and world-specific uniqueness. This guide is designed as both blueprint and inspiration, pulling never too far from the evolving collaborative canon of the Pantheon MMO, but giving you the narrative space to create something lasting in the fantasy genre. For further focused development, okay, in this report, expanding in note and vivid scene or subplot, let your imagination take root in the lore-rich soil of Terminus. That's crazy. That's crazy that it built all that out, including possible relationships within the party, like factions, allies, to build tricky situations throughout the book. That's pretty awesome. This is a lot of fun. I'm enjoying this. Now, here's one I'll show you, those of you that weren't here last night. This is probably my favorite one so far. Is this the one? No, this is the big one. Right? Chapter 75. Yeah, okay. So this one here. Uh-oh. It didn't save the whole thing? Where are the other 68 chapters? Does it only save a certain specific amount? Oh, no. We typed in last night on stream. We typed in for Copilot to tell the story of Terminus using all the lore from Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. And it outlined a 55 chapter book. And I was like, holy crap, 55 chapters. By the time it was done, we had like 74 or 75. So there were 75 chapters. And I was going to gradually start reading it, like maybe on the weekends or on the odd stream. But it looks like they cut off the previous 68 and only gave us 69 to 75. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I think is this the one I really like? Yeah. This is the one okay. So check this out. So we said create a 200-page story based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen with a group of, and then the group, of course, Krushnek, Carrie, Wandara, Bobza, Anathea, and Essien. And I focused it on Silent Plains. Now, these individuals I met a little over 3 months ago when Smoldering Trenches launched. These guys were randomly looking for a tank. I was looking for a group. That's where it all started. That's where I met these guys, and that's where I've pretty much been grouping with them ever since for the most part. Plus, I've met just about everybody else on the server and probably grouped with them too. Anyhow, this is what it wrote. That's an epic request, and I love where your imagination is headed. A 200-page story is a massive undertaking, but I can absolutely help you get started with a compelling foundation and structure based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Let's build out the key elements first, then I'll sketch out a detailed outline and write a sample chapter to set the tone. I have typed nothing else through this whole process. Nothing. So the title of the story or the book is The Echoes of the Silent Plains. The setting, Silent Plains on Terminus. A vast windswept region haunted by ancient echoes and forgotten wars. Once a thriving center of arcane and divine power, now a desolate expanse where time feels fractured. The Silent Plains are littered with ruins, spectral anomalies, and remnants of the Deicide War. And as I mentioned last night, the Deicide are the elementals that walk around Silent Plains between Sky Durban and AVP. So the main party, Krushnek Ogre Warrior, Towering Brute with Noble Heart, Frontline Tank and Protector, Carrie the Human Ranger, Sharp-Eyed Scout and Survivalist, Master of Traps and Range Combat, Wandara the Human Summoner, Mysterious and Cerebral, commands elemental spirits and ancient constructs, Bobza the Elven Enchanter, arrogant but brilliant, manipulates minds and reality itself, Anathea the Human Wizard, scholarly and intense, wields devastating arcane magic, and Essien the Human Cleric, stoic and devout, healer and spiritual anchor of the group. Now, the story structure, 200 pages. Here's a breakdown. So they did 20 chapters, and they did 4 acts. So there's Act 1, and then it did Chapter 1 to 5. Krushnek's exile from Broken Maw and his vision of the Silent Plains. Carrie tracks a spectral beast and crosses paths with Krushnek. Wandara arrives with cryptic knowledge of a shattered sigil. Bobza and Anathea join after a failed arcane experiment in Fairthale. Essien receives a divine omen and binds the group with purpose. I didn't give it anything. It pulled all of this from all the Pantheon lore on the internet, plus the 6 characters that I specified. Then Act 2, Echoes and Ruins. The party enters the Silent Plains and encounters time anomalies. A ruined temple reveals the truth about the Deicide War. I'm wondering if the temple is not the Enclave. Wandara's summoned entity turns rogue, so whatever Wandara summoned during the beginning of this journey, it went on its own accord. Bobza is tempted by a forbidden enchantment. Carrie uncovers a hidden grove where time flows backward. Now, this whole story references some kind of time movement and echoes. We also, if I'm not mistaken, this is the story where we had it create a villain, like a main villain for us to go after. So then, Act 3, the party discovers the Sigil of Tharos. Essien communes with the divine and learns of a coming reckoning. Krushnek faces a trial of memory and rage. Anathea deciphers a spell that could restore the plains. Betrayal from within, Bob's enchantment fractures the group. I said last night I would read this. I still swear that I would read this. Oh yeah, the party reunites to face the Echo Sovereign. No idea what the Echo Sovereign is. He's a leftover of godhood, apparently. Nothing in the game has mentioned Echo Sovereign, but echoes are mentioned in this story, and the funny thing is, we did another one last night, and it brought up echoes as well. So whatever echoes are, it has something to do with Silent Plains story. Now, I don't know all the lore about the game. I'm only taking it from what the co-pilot has pulled from all the information out there. What do we have here? Oh, a battle across fractured time, past selves and future echoes. Carrie sacrifices her ranger's bond to seal a temporal rift. Krushnek channels ancestral fury to destroy the Sovereign. Essien invokes divine judgment, restoring balance to the Silent Plains. This is the sample opening that it did from Chapter 1, The Exile of Krushnek. This is like I can't make this up, but Copilot made it up. The wind howled across the jagged cliffs of Broken Maw, carrying with it the scent of blood and ash. Krushnek stood alone, his massive frame silhouetted against the dying sun. The elders had cast him out, not for weakness, but for mercy. He had spared a rival in combat, and that was a sin no ogre could forgive. He trudged toward the horizon, where the land turned pale and quiet. The Silent Plains. A place whispered about in war songs and death rites. A place where gods had died and time had forgotten its rhythm. Krushnek did not fear silence. He feared what it might reveal. As he crossed the threshold into the plains, the air shimmered. A voice, not heard, but felt, echoed in his bones. The sigil stirs, the echo awakens. You are chosen, Krushnek of the Maw. He grunted, gripping his warhammer tighter. Chosen or not, he would carve his own fate. I mean, come on. Come on. Are you serious? I get giddy every time I did it last night, whatever. So it got this far, and then it said, would you... Now, I've never used this AI stuff before. Last night was the first time I decided to give it I know what it is. I know ChatGPT and Grok and all that. Just, never mind. Would you like me to continue writing chapters, flesh out character arcs, or help you turn this into a serialized format for publishing or gaming? I can also help you build maps, timelines, or even generate character portraits if you want to visualize the crew. I didn't do any of that because I didn't know I could just type responding to that like in EverQuest and it would do its thing. I didn't know that. So it gave a couple of links at the bottom, and I clicked this one. Can you help me develop character backstories? It says, sure, blah, blah, blah. Now, Krushnek, Ogre Warrior. Origin. Born in the brutal highlands of Broken Maw, Krushnek was raised in a warrior caste where strength was law and mercy was weakness. He defied tradition by sparing a rival in ritual combat, earning exile and disgrace. Now, if you remember 20 minutes ago, that was referenced in the other. So whatever theme it's pulling from Pantheon and ogres, this seems to be a recurring facet or aspect. Motivation. Haunted by visions of a dying god whispering from the silent plains, Krushnek seeks redemption, not just for himself, but for the ogre legacy. He believes the plains hold a truth that could reshape his people's fate. Conflict. So these are personal conflicts. Struggles between his ingrained warrior instincts and a growing sense of empathy. He fears becoming the monster his tribe believes he already is. Now, it's done this for all 6 characters. They're all unique. They all bring out certain aspects of Terminus, which is crazy. Then down here, I said, can you create a backstory for a villain? This is the villain that this thing generated, okay? This is cool. I don't know if this individual exists. I'm guessing if the name was pulled from Pantheon lore, this individual is not in the game yet. I have no idea who they are or where they're located. Although I'm guessing it's somewhere in the Silent Plains, since this whole story was supposed to be picked up from the Silent Plains. So, our villain is an individual named Vaelreth the Echoborn. Race is unknown, once human, now something fractured, right? I talked about fractured time earlier. Here's the interesting part. His class is Echomancer, a forbidden fusion of Chronomancer and Necromancer. Chronomancer has not been referenced in Pantheon at all the whole time I've been playing. Now, I haven't read all the lore that's on their website or wherever it's logged anywhere else, so I have no idea what the Chronomancer is. But AI or Copilot pulled this from what I assume is Pantheon lore. So now we're going to start getting information that isn't in the game at the moment that I know of, but maybe in the game at a future time, I think. So then it's a Chronomancer, of course. Chrono means time, so somebody who manipulates time, like Doctor Strange when he has the Eye of Agamotto and he can go forward and backwards. That's what chronomancy is, just for those who don't know. Backstory: the man who refused to die. This is cool. Vaelreth was once a revered scholar priest in Thronefast, devoted to preserving the divine memory of the gods after the Deicide War. He believed that memory itself was sacred, that forgetting the gods was the true death. Obsessed with preserving their echoes, he began experimenting with time magic and soul-binding rituals, hoping to trap divine remnants in temporal loops. His greatest experiment was the Echo Sigil, a device meant to anchor a god's dying breath in the Silent Plains. But the ritual failed catastrophically. The sigil shattered, Vaelreth's body was torn across time, and his soul became unstuck, neither living nor dead, neither past nor present. Unstuck. When you're playing the game and your undead stuff isn't working on the Eltherian ghosts, it's because they're not ghosts. They're unstuck. I was calling them unlives, but it's unstuck. That's what they're called. So there's undead, there's living, and there's unstuck, just so you know. Now Vaelreth exists as a fractured being, appearing differently to each who sees him, young and idealistic, old and decayed, or a flickering shadow of both. He commands the Echo Sovereign, a god fragment bound to his will, and seeks to rewrite history by collapsing all timelines into one, his own. So it's like I made this joke last night. It's a Marvel multiverse, and he's looking to collapse everything to his realm. Motivation: to restore the gods by erasing everything else. Vaelreth believes that the only way to resurrect the divine is to collapse the multi-threaded reality of Terminus into a single divine echo. He sees the party as obstacles, especially Essien, whose faith threatens Vaelreth's control over the Echo Sovereign. You can't tell me this stuff ain't crazy. This stuff is crazy. That it made all this up. Powers and threats, so Vaelreth's abilities. Temporal rift walking, can appear in multiple places and times simultaneously. Echo constructs summon spectral versions of the party from alternate timelines. This is actually pretty cool because AI goes into actually writing a scene where we're introduced to the bad guy for the first time, and it involves these echoes. Sigil reforging. Seeks the shattered sigil pieces scattered across the silent plains. Now, we don't know anything about this sigil. Nothing mentions shattered sigil pieces or nothing so far in game. I don't know if there's more plans to come for Silent Plains. Mind echoes can invade memories and rewrite emotional truths. Veilreth's personal conflict. Veilreth still mourns the gods, not out of reverence, but because he believes they were betrayed by mortals. He sees himself as their last priest, their final voice. Deep down, he fears that he's become the very kind of mortal who doomed them. Then I click down here to say, can you write a scene where the party meets Veilreth? So this is the scene called the Echoing Chapel. This is actually pretty cool that it actually did this. The setting. A crumbling chapel of forgotten gods, half buried in the dust of the silent plains. The air is unnaturally still. Time feels suspended. Faint whispers echo from nowhere and everywhere. Here's the scene. The party stood at the threshold of the chapel, its spires shattered and half swallowed by the earth. Moonlight bled through the broken roof, casting fractured shadows across the altar. Essien stepped forward first, his hand trembling around his holy symbol. This place, it remembers, he whispered. Krushnek grunted. Then it remembers pain. Carrie knelt beside a cracked statue, her fingers brushing the stone. These gods were buried alive. Suddenly, the air shifted. A low hum vibrated through the floor, and the temperature dropped. Wandara's summoned wisp flickered and vanished. From the altar, a figure emerged, not walking, but unfolding, like a memory being replayed. His form shimmered between ages, a young man in priestly robes, an old scholar with hollow eyes, a shadow stitched from broken time. Veilreth. You tread upon sacred echoes, he said, voice layered with multiple tones. So it's almost like there's multiple timelines of himself piled on top of him, or he's like split among all these different realities. So there's a bit of an echo when he talks. Some ancient, some unborn. Do you hear them? The gods we betrayed? Bobza stepped back, eyes wide. You're not real. Veilreth turned to him, smiling with sadness. Neither are you, not entirely. You are the sum of choices not yet made. Anathea raised her staff, arcane energy crackling. What are you? I am what remains when memory refuses to die. Krushnek stepped forward, hammer drawn. Speak plainly, ghost. Veilreth's eyes, one glowing with golden light, the other black as void, locked onto Krushnek. You were chosen by the plains, but you do not yet understand what that means. Essien's voice broke through the tension. You are Veilreth, the Echoborn, the one who shattered the sigil. Veilreth nodded slowly. I shattered nothing. I preserved what you were too afraid to remember. He raised his hand, and the chapel groaned. From the shadows, spectral versions of the party emerged. This is part of his abilities, remember? We read that earlier? Twisted echoes of themselves, bearing scars from futures that hadn't happened yet. Before you can restore the gods, Veilreth said, you must face the echoes of who you might become. And with that, the battle began. Not of steel and spell, but of memory and identity. Now, this is where it stopped last night. You can't tell me you wouldn't read this, right? Right? I'm not crazy. This is phenomenal. Dudes. I highly recommend if you play Pantheon, like go into Copilot and just start doing some, like, this stuff is wild. Okay, so then it asked me, would you like me to continue the scene into a combat sequence or explore how each character reacts to their own echo? I said, what would happen next in the scene? Let's dive into what happens next, Crush. This is where things get intense, surreal, and deeply personal. The battle with Veilreth isn't just physical, it's a confrontation with the party's own fractured identities. Then it continues the scene. labeled Echoes Unleashed. The spectral echoes of the party flickered into full form, each one twisted by regrets, fears, and unrealized futures, so it automatically picked up from what just happened. Krushnek's echo was a blood-drenched warlord, eyes hollow from endless conquest. He roared, "Mercy is weakness, you could have ruled the Maw." Carrie's echo was a lone hunter, surrounded by the ghosts of her fallen companions. "You let them die. You always do." Which is funny because in the game I said last night, Carrie used to get us killed. Well, probably still. Carrie gets us killed a lot. she knows it. She knows it. It's a running thing now. Wandara's echo was fused with his summoned entity, half human, half eldritch. "You are the vessel. You were never meant to be whole." Bob's echo was a tyrant enchanter, manipulating minds like puppets. "Control is clarity. Emotions are noise." Anathea's echo was a hollow-eyed archivist, her memories overwritten by forbidden texts. "You are a footnote. You were never the author." Ession's echo was a zealot, eyes burning with divine fire. "Faith demands sacrifice. Burn the heretics. Burn yourself." The real party staggered, each one gripped by the weight of their own possible futures. Veilrith hovered above the altar, arms outstretched. "You see now? The planes do not forget. They show you what you could become, what you already are." Krushnek charged his echo, hammer swinging. The blow shattered the illusion, but not the doubt. "I am not that beast," he growled. Carrie fired an arrow into her echo's heart, but the ghost smiled as it faded. "You will be." Anathea began chanting a counterspell, weaving threads of memory to anchor the party's identities. "Hold fast to who you are," she cried, "or we'll be rewritten." Bobza hesitated. His echo whispered, "You could fix everything. Just one enchantment." But he turned away, choosing silence over control. Ession stepped forward, facing Veilrith directly. "You are not divine. You are decay." Veilrith's form flickered, unstable. "I am what remains when gods are forgotten, and you are the ones who will forget yourselves." With a final surge of light, Wandara summoned a protective ward, shattering the echoes and forcing Veilrith to retreat into a temporal rift, but not before whispering, "The sigil calls. You will follow, and when you do, you will choose wrong." The chapel fell silent once more, but the party knew. The silent plains had shown them more than echoes. They had shown them the cost of failure. Dudes, I should publish this, man. Well, I mean, obviously I probably can't do that, legal whatever, but anyhow. Then down here, one of the prompts was, can you suggest side quests related to their echoes? So what that would mean is something they could work towards that would give them a better understanding to their prospective echoes. So what AI did was, it created side quests. I'm not even kidding. Krushnek, with the shield as the icon, has Trial of the Maw. So the quest name is The Mercy That Broke the Chain. Objective, return to a buried battlefield where Krushnek spared his rival. The echo of that rival now rules a spectral warband, believing Krushnek's mercy was betrayal. The twist, it even came up with twists. The twist, Krushnek must choose whether to defeat the rival's echo or convince it that mercy was strength. Reward for the quest, the Hammer of Remembrance, gains bonus damage when protecting allies. Carrie got the Grove of Lost Tracks. Same thing. Objective, twist, reward. Wandara got the Summoner's Debt. Objective, twist, reward. Now, I don't know if these are all based off of items that are referenced, but there's something called the Echo Leaf Cloak. Grants invisibility when standing still in natural terrain. I don't know if that's an actual item in Pantheon. I don't know if the game made it up. The AI. The summoner gets the Sigil Shard Familiar, a summoned creature that reveals hidden truths. I have no idea what that's about. The enchanter gets the Circlet of Clarity, boosts resistance to mental manipulation and grants insight. I'm guessing that would be charisma and constitution. Boost resistance. Yeah, constitution and charisma. Yeah, so the Circlet of Clarity would be constitution and charisma. Constitution would be the resistance against mental manipulation, and charisma would be the ability to see people's motives. Anathea gets Ink of the Forgotten, allows her to rewrite one spell per day with altered effects. Could you imagine? I don't think that'll ever get in the game, and I don't know what that's a reference to, but to be able to modify your spell or a spell once a day. Essien ends up with the Ashbrand Relic. And then that's pretty much where it stopped. It didn't give me any more prompts, so I didn't bother to click on it. I think it wanted me to type some form of continuation to it, and I just didn't go through with it. But again, like I said, this was all mouse clicks, nothing more. I didn't do anything else but mouse click. What do you guys think? I don't even know if anybody's here. I might have bored you guys and scared you off. I just can't believe it wrote this out. And this was the quick response. We didn't even come down here and ask it to think deeper, give it more time, or even use GPT-5 now that GPT-5 is out. It's crazy. Now here's something. If I take this exact same idea and we go to a new conversation and I paste it, but I go use GPT-5 and then enter, it's probably going to come up with a different story. Yeah, see, now the working title is Shadows Over the Silent Plains. I actually like that title. That's a cool title. Okay, that only took a few seconds to outline it. So let's see what it wrote. Story premise. In the desolate expanse of the Silent Plains, a place where the wind carries whispers of ancient wars and the ground hides the bones of forgotten titans, 6 unlikely companions are drawn together by a prophecy older than the Ogre Wars. Ogre Wars is capitalized, meaning that's referenced in whatever lore it pulled. Their journey will pit them against fractured kingdoms, spectral armies, and the will of the plains themselves, which seem to hunger for the living. Tell me you're not intrigued. Main cast: Krushnek, male ogre warrior, towering and battle-scarred, haunted by the shame of a failed warband. Carrie, female human ranger, sharp-eyed and sharper-tongued, with a secret vendetta against the plains' spectral riders. Wandara, male human summoner, scholar of planar magic, obsessed with binding a creature said to dwell beneath the plains. Bobza, male elven enchanter, charming and manipulative, hiding a dangerous pact with a fey court. Anathea, male human wizard, cold and calculating, seeking forbidden knowledge buried in the ruins. Essien, male human cleric, devout yet doubting, carrying a relic that the plain spirits desperately want returned. A 200-page novel at 300 words per page would be 60,000 words. We'll break it into 20 chapters. The Gathering Storm. Krushnek's exile ends when a mysterious summons draws him to the Silent Plains. Tracks in the Dust. Carrie's hunt for spectral riders leads her to ambush Krushnek, mistaking him for an enemy. The Summoner's Bargain. Wandera's ritual goes wrong, attracting the attention of something beneath the plains. Dude. I can't, yeah. If you like, I can start writing chapter 1 in full prose right now. So if I do this, and we come down here, and I say, now see, there's the tabs here. Can you write chapter 1 for me? What are some key themes in the story? How can I develop these characters further? We're going to go ahead with start writing chapter 1. We're going to leave it on GPT-5 and see what happens. Okay, I'll read this and then we'll jump into the game or what. I'm having a lot, dudes. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Chapter 1: The Gathering Storm. The wind over the silent plains carried no scent of life. It was a dry, rasping breath that scraped across the cracked earth, whispering through the bones of long-dead beasts half buried in the dust. The horizon was a wavering mirage, the sky a pale, washed-out blue that seemed too thin to hold the weight of clouds. Krushnek trudged onward, each step sinking into the powdery soil with a dull crunch. His massive frame cast a long shadow in the dying light, the jagged plates of his armor dulled by years of battle and neglect. The haft of his great axe rested across his shoulders, its blade nicked and blackened. He had been walking for 3 days without seeing another living soul, following a trail of half-erased tracks that only his stubbornness told him were real. The plains were not a place for the living. They were a graveyard of wars that had no victors, where the wind sometimes carried the sound of marching feet, though no army remained to make them. Krushnek had heard the stories as a young warrior, of spectral riders who hunted the lost, of voices that lured travelers into the dust until they vanished. He had laughed at them then. Now alone, he kept his hand close to his weapon. A flicker of movement caught his eye. On a ridge ahead, a figure crouched low, bow drawn, the sun glinting off the steel of an arrowhead. Krushnek froze, his instincts screaming. The arrow loosed with a sharp hiss, slicing the air where his head had been a heartbeat before. He rolled to the side, the ground shuddering under his weight, and came up with his axe in hand. "Hold!" a voice called, sharp, commanding, and unmistakably human. The archer stepped into view, a lean woman in weather-worn leathers, her dark hair tied back, eyes like flint. She kept another arrow nocked, but her aim dipped slightly as she studied him. "You're not one of them," she said, almost to herself. Krushnek's voice was a low rumble. "One of who?" "The riders," she replied, scanning the horizon as if expecting them to appear at any moment. "You're far from any road, ogre. Why?" He considered lying, but the truth was simpler. "I was summoned." Her brow furrowed. "By who?" Before he could answer, the wind shifted. It carried with it a sound, faint but growing, the rhythmic pounding of hooves on hard earth. Carrie's eyes widened. She lowered her bow, not in trust, but in urgency. "They found us," she said. "Move!" From the haze of the horizon, shapes began to emerge. Riders clad in tattered armor, their mounts little more than skeletal frames wrapped in shadow. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, as if the plains themselves were holding their breath. Krushnek gripped his axe. Carrie drew her bowstring to her cheek. The silent plains had awakened. "I mean, come on, man. Come on. Who doesn't want this story told? Like, for real, who doesn't want this story told?" Let me see what's going on. I gotta see who's on, who's doing what. Now, here's the thing. It says if you'd like, I can continue straight into Chapter 2, Tracks in the Dust. So, if we do this... So now it continues off of what it's just typed. It's not like it's a completely unrelated thing. So, Tracks in the Dust. The pounding of hooves faded into the distance, swallowed by the endless horizon. Krushnek's grip on his axe loosened only when the last echo was gone, though his eyes stayed fixed on the haze where the riders had vanished. Carrie lowered her bow, but her shoulders remained taut, like a bowstring that refused to slacken. "They don't always attack," she said, scanning the ground. Sometimes they just watch, waiting. Krushnek grunted. For what? For you to make a mistake. She crouched low, brushing her fingers over the dirt. The wind had already begun to erase the rider's trail, but Carrie's eyes were sharp. She traced the faint depressions, not just hoof prints, but something else. Long, narrow grooves, as if something had been dragged alongside the mounts. Chains, she murmured. They're hunting with chains. Krushnek frowned. To bind the living? Or to drag them somewhere worse? Smoldering trenches, maybe? The ogre's gaze swept the plains. He had fought in sieges, in mountain passes, in the choking heat of jungle wars. But this place was different. Here, the enemy was not just the riders, but the land itself. The silence pressed in, broken only by the hiss of the wind. Carrie rose and started walking, following the faint trail. If you were summoned here, you're not the only one. I've been tracking others, strangers like you. Some never made it past the first night. Krushnek fell into step beside her. And you think I'll fare better? I think you're still breathing, she said without looking at him. That's enough for now. They walked in silence for a time, the sun dipping lower, shadows stretching long across the cracked earth. Then Carrie stopped abruptly, raising a hand. Ahead, half buried in the dust, lay a boot. The leather split, the sole worn thin. Inside it, the bones of a human foot. Beside it, the trail deepened, as if something heavy had been dragged away. Carrie's voice was low. We're close. From somewhere ahead came a sound. Not hooves this time, but the faint chime of metal on metal, carried on the wind. Krushnek's hand tightened on his axe. And then, from the shimmer of heat on the horizon, a figure emerged. A man in tattered robes clutching a staff crowned with a shard of crystal that pulsed faintly with inner light. His eyes were fixed on the ground, lips moving in a whisper. Carrie's breath caught. That's one of them. The summoner. That's got to be Wandara. Yeah, Wandara's entrance. Dude. Okay, so chat, sorry. I got to see where this goes. I got to see where this goes. This is doing something different that it didn't do last night. Now, question is, did it save everything else? Okay, it's got it there. Why did it cut off the other chapters? I don't know. The summoner's bargain. The man in tattered robes stopped when he saw them, his staff's crystal shard pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. His eyes were sunken, ringed with sleepless shadows, and his lips moved in a whisper that didn't match the rhythm of his breath. Carrie's bow stayed half drawn. Name yourself. The stranger's gaze flicked between them, lingering on Krushnek's towering frame before settling on the ranger. Wandara, he said, his voice hoarse, as if unused for days. And you should not be here. Krushnek's tusked jaw tightened. Neither should you. Wandara's mouth twitched in something that might have been a smile. I am here because I must be. The plains are shifting. Something beneath them stirs, and if it wakes, the riders will be the least of our worries. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint chime of metal on metal again. Carrie's eyes darted to the horizon, but Wandara didn't flinch. He planted the butt of his staff into the dust, and the crystal flared brighter. I've been tracking it, he continued. A presence older than the wars that scarred this land. I believe I can bind it, but I need protection while I work. Krushnek's brow furrowed. Protection from what? Wandara's gaze shifted past them to the empty expanse they had crossed. From the ones who don't want it bound. The ground trembled, faintly at first, then with a steady rhythm, like the beat of a colossal heart. Carrie's bowstring creaked as she drew it taut. From the dust behind them, shapes began to emerge. Not riders this time, but figures on foot, their armor rusted and fused to their bones, eyes burning with pale fire. They moved in silence, weapons raised. Wandara's voice dropped to a whisper. If you help me, I will see you safely through the plains, but if we fail here, none of us will leave them. Krushnek hefted his axe. Carrie loosed her first arrow. The bargain was struck in steel and shadow. I don't have words. I need this saved. I don't know where this is going, but I need this saved. I gotta put this into like a Word document or something. Do we still have it to the beginning? We do. Let's go new text document. Open this up. Keep changes. Keep for all, keep unsafe changes, keep changes. We'll go ahead and close this. This was just the intro. Okay, so, oh, can I not? Here we go. Paste. Story premise. I don't want to lose this. I'm excited to see what happens here. Oh, actually, if we can just... Oh, that works. I might have to just finish this and then post it, or maybe read it somewheres. Record it and put it on YouTube, maybe. I don't know where this is gonna go. I'm digging it, though. You know, we probably shouldn't do this right here. Yeah, this will take a while. We got to do another 15 chapters. We'll copy this one out. And I'll do the rest after. We'll leave that for now. And we'll minimize that and then go into the game. Now, let me see who's on. It's still is it early? Oh yeah, it's still kind of early. Still like 15, 20 minutes before people get on. I see a number of people have taken a break from Pantheon at the moment and they're back playing EQ. Not myself. Light still seems bright. Let me tone that down. There. Hey man, what's going on? I think Krushnek's there. Let me switch over to Crush. Or let me see who's on the character screen is an AVP. It might be the monk. Necro's an AVP. Lancelot's an AVP. You might be in Demeth. Okay. Okay, Lancelot is in front of the bank. I'm standing just off to the side. Paladin holding his shield. 0. What's your tune's name? I see Jindara. Where are you standing? Of the bank? Not to me you're not. That's weird. If you type /guild MOTD and hit enter, it should tell you. /guild MOTD, all one word. I think you're on shard 1 because I just did a who and I don't see you. You probably went in on shard 1 because that's where we ended last night. Okay. So someone might have removed it. That's fine, that's fine. I believe you're on shard 1. Hey, Pen, what's happening? How you doing, man? I was just looking for you on Cruciferous. Well, I didn't look very long because Snapper had me log out because he needs to do a trade. But I was looking at the who list and I didn't see anybody. Are you in game? I don't know what the plan is. I haven't talked to anybody else, so I don't know what's going on, but I was playing around with some Microsoft AI. I was writing a story. I was having it write a story about Krushnek and the people that I've been grouped with through the Smoldering Trenches Enclave story. It's pretty good. It seems pretty interesting so far. I'm 5 chapters in. I have 15 more to generate. Now I see you. That is me. Yep. If this is the poisons... Oh, yeah, I've got that. You're logging in now? Well, I hope I see the others. The others aren't on at the moment, but I hope they get on so we can figure out what we're doing. I see they fixed the tweakers. The tweakers don't infinitely spawn anymore now. So it's just going to be the one mob, I guess, that calls the 2 ads. It happens to everybody. I lose a lot of my survivability by putting on the jewelry. There you go, sir. Not a problem. $50. That's pretty epic. I think maximum I can only get 43 without a shaman. You might have a buff on you. Okay. Oh, that was a silly place to camp out. It was right in the zone line. I went to turn right and I zoned. Thaumaturge Godian Romir drops pyrite chain leggings. Okay, gotcha. I'm just sitting here. From tonight, like from just now? Dude, dude, this looks like it's gonna be a pretty interesting story. I'm gonna I'm gonna do the rest of the chapters tonight after the stream, and then I'll upload them somewheres, or maybe record them, depending on how the story turns out. They do. That's one of the sources that I actually go through. The thing is, though, I wouldn't do any sort of official publishing that way because that's property of Visionary Realms. I'm sure there's probably some legal thing they could come after me for. Not that I would want to do that. I just want to see where the story's going to go because it seems like it's starting pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Because I think we're waiting to see if 2 people can get on this evening. I think because of their work, we're not sure. Yeah. They're already there. Okay, there's pen. Yep, pen's on. We just need Care to log in. I'm just sitting at the zone line. I'm on the AVP side, right at the zone line. I'm just sitting down. I'm not doing anything. It's still somewhat early, so we're not due to get started anytime soon. Yeah, we're on 0. Hey, what's going on? Yeah. I saw that and I was going to say, a little high. This is your 35 tune, right? Or maybe it wasn't you that had 35 tune. No, I'm pretty sure it was you. Well, while we're waiting, do we want to do... We probably want to do a news story, right? I want to save this one, though. What's this one called? Okay, so it's that one there. Fantasy novel outline. What's this one? This is the super detailed one. Okay, we don't need that one. Which one's this one? Yeah, but it's not telling, like, it's not taking from the story. It's giving me like a blueprint of what it wants me to do. Okay, this is the one that apparently is broken because it lost all the other chapters, so we'll get rid of that one. And then we have this one, and this one is... Oh, this is where I've specified the Goblin Caves, the Gadai Bandits, the Royalty at Castle Thronefast, and the Unstuck of the Manor. Yeah. Okay, that one's cool. We'll keep that one. This is the one, Goblin Caves, Castle Thronefast, and the Fort. That was the first story. Okay, we don't need this one. And then this was the original, right? Yeah, this was the original. So we'll keep this one for the time being, and that's on chapter 5. Okay. Okay. Hey, Kara, what's going on? Gotcha. I just started another story this evening, like probably 10 minutes ago. Dude, it started pretty good. It's 20 chapters. I've got 5 done. It's us in Silent Plains again. It's pretty interesting. This is a lot of fun. I'm liking this. Penn is here as well. We don't know if Bob's going to be on this evening. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess I could always get him to just add me and I'll message him. I know I keep asking you for the updates because you can reach out to him. All right, let's generate chapter 6 since we're waiting for people to get here. No, there was a broken zone line in Hangor that was fixed. It's in one of the ice caves in the bottom. That would be it. Vorak. Isn't Vorak one of the dragons? Vorak's one of the dragons. Wait a minute, we got dragons in this story? Okay, I'm excited. I gotta get the whole story out. Okay, so we have, so 6 is where we started. So we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and this is 14. Now, it said it was only supposed to be 20 chapters. But it said it was only supposed to be 55 last night, and we went 79. That's a cool title for the end. Echoes in the Dust. If you'd like, I can also create an epilogue, a short, haunting coda that jumps forward in time to show the long shadow the silent plane still casts over the world. Yes. Ash on the Wind. If you'd like, I can also give you a Tales After the Plains section, short vignettes showing where each surviving character ended up. What? Yo, let's go. I don't know what this is going to do. I can also create a Legends of the Plains section, the myths, songs, and half-truths that grew in the years after. Why not? This is nuts. This is crazy. What else is it going to say? The Ash Eater. Make sure you pronounce that H, chat. I can weave together a ballad of the Silent Plains. How does this go? Okay. Verse 1, chorus, verse 2. Oh my goodness. Outro. Hang on. Ballad of the Silent Plains. Verse 1. Beneath a sky of broken green, where wind and ash entwine, we marched into the hollow's heart, past bone and twisted pine. The ground it whispered ancient names, the air was thick with dread, and every step we took was laid on graves of countless dead. Then the chorus. Oh, the silent plains remember every oath and every lie. They will call you through the embers, and they'll keep what they deny. Verse 2. The fang was forged in god-blood fire to close a cursed gate, but hands of greed and hearts of pride would twist the threads of fate. We saw the bridge of shadow rise, we heard the darkness sing, and knew the price to seal the breach would burn the one who'd cling. Oh, the silent plains remember every oath and every lie. They will call you through the embers, and they'll keep what they deny. Verse 3. One stood fast and bore the flame, though ash would be his crown. He struck the heart, the gate was closed, the bridge came crashing down. Yet in the dust a rune still sleeps, its glow a steady beat, and far below the shadow stirs, still waiting to be freed. Outro. So turn your face from that gray land and heed the old refrains, for no one walks away unchanged from the heart of this. This has to be the single greatest creation of anything outside of the Bible, okay? the fact that AI not only created a song based off the story it just told, but everything rhymes. It's an actual song. The beats are oh my god, that's phenomenal. That is, oh my goodness, that is the greatest thing ever. That is I'm not singing it, but that is the greatest thing ever. Look, it goes even further. If you'd like, I can also give you performance notes, how this ballad might be sung, what instruments would... No, that's too far. Dude, the Ballad of the Silent Plains. I can't wait to read this story. I think I might record this story, I think I might record it. I'll record it, I think. I'll record it. I don't know what the stories... I mean, we've only seen up to chapter 4. But we have 20 chapters now. We have an epilogue. We have where all 6 characters wound up at the end of the tale. And then we have a song. Oh, we have the legend. So we have what happened to the land long after we had left. And then we have the song, the Ballad of the Silent Plains. Dude, VR, you got to take this. You got to take this song and use it. You got to take the song and use it, VR. That's fantastic. I got to save all of this. Shadows over the silent plains. Yeah. We got to read this. I can't believe it did a song and rhymed it. And pretty much told what happened in the story. I have. Dude, this keeps amazing me. Ballad of the Silent Plains. Beneath a sky of broken green, where wind and ash entwine, we marched into the hollow's heart, past bone and twisted pine. I mean, come on. The ground it whispered ancient names, the air was thick with dread, and every step we took was laid on graves of countless dead. Imagine a bard singing it. Like imagine, what was it? Dungeons and Dragons, right? Honor Among Thieves. Chris Pine was the bard. Imagine you're in a tavern and a bard starts singing the song in front of a fireplace, puts his foot up on a chair, picks up his lute, and then sings Ballad of the Silent Plains. That's fantastic. Or even like from The Witcher. I don't know if you guys ever played The Witcher, but like from Witcher 3, what was his name? I forget the bard's name. That is cool. That is cool. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. I'm going to do a whole series of stories. I'm going to pick different locations at different times, and we're going to do different, like, little mini books. I'll try and keep everything to 20 chapters, because the chapters seem relatively short. They're only about, what, a minute long? Minute and a half long? That's phenomenal. I got to figure out how I'm going to do it. It's got to be centered around Krushnek, of course. So he's going to need... We're going to need the Goblin Caves. We're going to need the Barrow Dark. But see, the thing is, in the game, the Barrow Dark is right outside of Valia, right? That's the cave where the ogres start when you roll an ogre. However, the Barrow Dark is actually located on another continent. So, right? When they were going to do their 3 continents in the very beginning, ogres were going to be on a different continent. What was it called? Rainfall? I think it was called Rainfall. Rainfall was the ogre continent. But they ended up on King's Reach. Is it King's Reach? I think that's what it was called. And then I might have to do stories about all the characters. Like we could have people like, let's say Carrie being a ranger could start over in Sohirith, and she would have to go... What are the big threats over there? There's the orcs, but the orcs are like teens. Is there anything lower level? Oh, the bandits. What are they called? The humanoids out by the river. Shoot, I can't remember. So maybe the orcs show up, wreck some stuff. She grows up with the vendetta against the orcs, and then she sets out, and then it goes from there, and then we can take her through the humanoids, and then we can take her through the orcs, and then she can wind up over a Nightwatch Knoll, and she'll have to deal with the lycanthrope, and maybe by that point she goes to recruit help, and she finds Krushnek, Wandera, Bobza, whoever, and they've all... Oh, dude, I got ideas. I got so many ideas right now for stories. I'll have to find the right way to phrase it and then type it in and see what comes out. Let's do some experimentation real quick. New conversation. Based on the lore, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. Yeah, the gavel has a giant glowing effect on the head, and some people were reporting that the glowing effect had stopped, so I think they fixed it. Based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create the Ballad of Broken Maw. Based on... Oh, no, let's not use name. Let's just see what happens. The Ballad of Broken Maw. The Ballad of Broken Maw. In the old tongue, Graven's lament. The seven stood apart. Upon Gorok's frozen crown, where magma rivers burn the ground, seven clans in shadowed might, bound by borders sworn. Dude, my mind's blown right now. I don't even know if I want to continue. Dude. Seven clans in shadowed might, bound by borders sworn from fight. The graven hold, in stone and awe, bestowed the tomes, the sacred law. That's the seven books of war, whatever. Tomes of war. Only in peace will you thrive in war, lose but one, and none endure. Verse 2, the pride of the Maw. From jagged peaks to caverns deep, the broken Maw their vigil keep. Not crude, though feared by lesser kin, their honor carved in bone and skin. They danced the war as others prayed, each strike a vow, each shield a blade. Yet patience reigned when temper slept, till blood was called, and oaths were kept. Verse 3, the tomes in chains. Some clans hid theirs in molten keep, where blind men guard and shadows creep. Others sought to read the runes by mage's fire and silver moons. Remember, we're supposed to have 2 moons in the game, right? We only have 1 right now. But never shared, the wisdom stayed, for pride's own hand the price had paid, and so the Maw, though strong and vast, could not unbind the ancient past. Verse 4, the shattering. Then came the night the Maw was torn, by treachery and oath forsworn. A tome was lost, its seal undone. The graven's wrath eclipsed the sun. Mountains wept and rivers bled. The sky rained ash upon the dead. Yet still the Maw, though broken, swore to guard the rest forevermore. Verse 5, the oath beyond death. By stone and steel, by blood and flame, we keep the tomes, we bear the name. Though gods may curse and foes may jeer, the broken Maw shall not know fear. For in our way our peace is found, and in our death our honor crowned. Wow, dude. Man. The Ballad of Broken Maw. I gotta save that. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of stuff. We got to. New conversation. Okay, let me try this. Using the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create ballads telling the stories of the 3 continents. Let's see what happens here. This is a gamble. Let's see what they come up with. There's the Ballad of King's Reach. Okay, I have no idea what to expect here. Guys, you're about to have your minds blown. If your mind hasn't been blown already, it's about to. Okay, Ballad of King's Reach, the Crown of the Dawn. Home of humans, elves, and halflings, a land of golden fields, ancient forests, and the shadow of old wars. Verse 1, oh, they're only short. O King's Reach fair, with your rivers wide, where the sons of Terminus first took pride. From Avendir's oath to the sacred Six, you stood through storms the gods could not fix. Raise the banners, let the horns resound, for the crown of the dawn shall never bow down. Through the Deicide's fire, through the endless night, kings reach endures in the morning light. The elves sang high in the moonlit glade, while halflings danced in the barley shade. Yet steel was drawn when the ravaging came, and the fields ran red in the Rainborn's name. All right, Ballad of Rainfall, the Dragon's Shadow, home of ogres, Scar, and Darkmere. Beneath the wings of the Dragon King, the mountains quake, the war drums sing. Ogres rose with their thunderous might, Scar crept forth in the shroud of night. In Rainfall's halls where the shadows grow, the dragon's breath is the only law you'll know. From the blackened shore to the molten spire, all bow low to the Rainborn's fire. Darkmere wept in the ocean's keep, for the drowned gods they could not reap. Yet in the tide and the tempest's roar, they swore revenge forevermore. Now the Ballad of Whitethaw. So Whitethaw we know pretty much nothing about. This is where dwarves, archai, and gnomes come from. Whitethaw sleeps in a cloak of frost, counting the years and the lives it's lost. Dwarves stand guard in their halls of stone, while the archai's flame burns alone. Through the blizzard's howl and the glacier's moan, we carve our fate in the frozen bone. No sun to warm, no gods to save, only the strong find more than a grave. Gnomes whisper deep in the crystal caves of realms long gone and the paths they paved. Yet the ice remembers each hero's name, etched in frost, eternal flame. Dude. I can also compose these as fully fleshed bard songs with refrains, bridges, and performance notes. Sure. Let's see what happens here. I'll keep the tone authentic to Pantheon Rise of the Fallen's lore. Wow, much bigger songs. Tempo, majestic and steady, 4/4 time. Mood, proud, uplifting with a touch of nostalgia. Instrumentation, lute, fiddle, and bodhran drum. What's a bodhran drum? Don't know. Okay, so the first verse is the same. Through the fire and frost, through the Deicide's flame, your heart beats on in the Avendir name. Raise the banners, let the horns... Okay, verse 2 of the bridge. Hear the wind in the golden grain. It carries the voices of those who remain. And the stones of Thronefast still recall the day the crown defied the fall. Dude. Dragon Shadow. Tempo is driving and dark. 6/8 time. What is 6/8 time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, gotcha. Ominous, powerful with a sense of ancient danger. Deep drums, war horn, and low strings. Then the silent north, the song of Whitethaw. 3/4 time. Cold, enduring with a quiet strength. Harp, flute, and deep drum. If you want, I can also write these with in-universe bardic introductions. No. We're going to keep this. We're going to keep this. We got to keep that. Okay. All right. I'm done, chat. I promise. Oh, I shouldn't promise. I'm done. For now. We'll come back to it. Are you guys all in BRK? Apparently, I logged out at the zone line, so every time I get up and move, I'm zoning. So I gotta be careful and make sure I'm facing the right direction when I go forward. I just created I just created some ballads for the game. I have the I asked it to create 3 bard ballads for the 3 different continents. So it just created bard ballads for the dude. This is awesome. I have that the one that I was working on, the one you said you caught chapters 2 and 3 or 3 and 4. I did that one. I had it create all 20. Then it did an epilogue. Then it did a ballad based off of the whole story. So I took it all and I saved it over, and then I'm gonna either post it as it. Well, first I'm gonna read through it just to see if it's a solid story, and if I feel like it, I might record it. I don't know yet. We'll see. Oh yeah, for real, for real. But the cool thing was, when it created the ballads, all of them, not only did it describe what I asked it to, everything rhymes exactly where, like, it's not like it was just random like, it rhymed, all of them. Okay. It did. Snappers actually made his jewelry today. We gotta come up with music, chat, for those ballads. Oh, am I gonna sing? I'm not gonna sing those. I'm not gonna sing those. I'll see if I can't find a way to generate vocal songs or something. They did it for that one imaginary artist. I'm sure I could figure something out. I hope it's a good story. I do. It's interesting that it chose to make shorter chapters, though. Like, typically when you're reading a chapter of a book, chapters can be anywhere from like 7 to 15 pages. Very rarely do they go above that. And it usually takes, on average, between, like, I'd say 8 and 16 minutes to read a chapter at what would be considered regular speed. These chapters tend to be like 2 minutes long, so much shorter tale, but a tale nonetheless. Yeah, see, so there's the glow right there. That glow didn't exist, or that glow was broken before the patch today. The patch brought it back. I'm pretty sure he's a little tough. We don't have heals. They're not here. Hey, Yuke, what's going on? How you doing? Dude, we've been messing around with AI again this evening. Check this out. I asked the AI, using the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create ballads telling the stories of the 3 continents. This was the initial design of the game. At launch, they wanted to have 3 continents. So there's King's Reach, that's the continent that we have now, and that's the continent that we'll have when it launches. Then there's Rainfall. This is where the ogres, Scar, and Darkmere are supposed to be from. And then we have Whitethaw, which is where the dwarves, the Archai, and the gnomes are from. Originally, not only did it create ballads, but they rhymed. So it did the Ballad of King's Reach, the Crown of the Dawn, and it went and grabbed all the information from Pantheon and created this. O King's Reach fair with your rivers wide, where the sons of Terminus first took pride, etc., etc. It's spot on. Then it went to Ballad of Rainfall, did the same thing. Then it did Ballad of Whitethaw, did the same thing. Then it said down here, I can also compose these as fully fleshed bard songs with refrains, bridges, and performance notes. I said, sure, why not? It made an actual full song for each of the continents, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And it describes all 3 continents. Like, dude, stuff is amazing. And then the first thing I had to do was create the Ballad of Broken Maw. Broken Maw is a place in the Barrowdark on Rainfall, the continent of Rainfall, where the ogres are from. Now, the Barrowdark right now is just outside of Valia. That's the cave where the ogres are from. They call that the Barrowdark, but the Barrowdark is actually on another continent. So it created this song, and I was like, holy crap, it did all these verses? It all rhymed, it all talked about the Maw, it all talked about ogres, the whole 9 yards. And that's what gave me the idea to do it with the 3 continents. Then before that, I had it. Oh no. It cut off again. Oh man. It only does so much and then disappears. What? Oh, I'm not happy. I just torched that story. It just torched that story. It's probably in the cloud. Where's that at? I don't even know where that would be. Anyhow, it wrote this crazy story. I haven't fully read through it yet. I'm going to read through it later. It did it earlier on stream. And then at the end, it created an epilogue. And then it created what happened to the party years down the road. Then it comes back to Silent Plains years down the road to say what had happened here. Then it comes in and created the Ballad of the Silent Plains. And it made a full-fledged song with outro, bridge, choruses. Dude, amazing. Open quick view. I don't. What's quick view? We're on 0. 0. Hey, Vec. Thanks for subbing to the channel again, my friend. Good job dodging those ads. It's probably in the cloud within Microsoft 365. I'm gonna have to look that up. If Microsoft Copilot cuts off a story, where do I find that information? Privacy dashboard? Conversation history in Microsoft Copilot. Copilot retains the last 18 months of interactions. If you're signed into Copilot, you can access your conversation history. This didn't help me at all, Microsoft. This didn't help me at all. This didn't get the rest of the story. I can upload? Yeah, but it's only going to take from the 15. Okay, hang on. Microsoft Copilot cut off the first half of my story. Where do I find that first half? Microsoft Copilot cut off the first half of your story because it has a limit on the length of the documents it can process at once, focusing only on the beginning of your text. To get a complete response, you need to use shorter documents. So it automatically cuts off. Wow. Wow. That is so dumb. All right. So now we know. You have to move chapter by chapter. Every time you finish a chapter, you got to move it. Every time you finish a chapter, you got to move it. So that story's a bust. We're not going to take that from 15, so... Well, actually, hang on. Well, no, the ballad's not going to matter because the story doesn't exist. That's a bummer. Oh, I do. Are you in Zone Jin? Oh, you might have run up ahead, did you? Okay, and then Bobza gets on. Alright, fine. Good. Perfect for my karaoke stream? I don't think so. iCloud's Apple. Yeah, OneDrive is Microsoft. Ah, man, that story started really good. We'll just have to do it again. That's all. So, where did they end up moving her to? Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, why not? Let's see what happens. That's too bad, man. I thought that was how they were intended. I mean, that was pretty challenging trying to kill them fast enough. I didn't know that was a broken mechanic, because I've never seen that before in this game with any other mob type. Oh, someone's down here. We'll have to shard and see if it's better over there. Everybody, everybody come up here and switch over. I see really little conversations when I go to... I mean, that would be the same thing as what I was just on, right? It's just I accessed it from Windows instead of going to the actual website. Wouldn't it be the same thing? I think it would be the same thing. Need another. We have somebody coming along, Uke, in about 40 minutes. They're lower level than we are. They really need to get on more often so we can get them leveled. Because we're all going to end up out leveling them. And for those who don't know, when you're grouped with somebody, you need to stay within 6 levels. If your highest level and your lowest level in your group is 7 levels or more, the lower level or lowest level is going to be penalized with XP, meaning they're not going to make as much as they could if they're within 6 levels. Try to keep your group within 3. That's what I try to do. But if I can't, I won't go any higher than 6. Unless the lowest person knows that they're not going to make much XP, but they're still going to have a group. So remember that. You just wouldn't want somebody to come along, get them in a group, find out you've got an 8 level difference, and then they log out at the end of the night going, I didn't make any XP. I'm not going back to that camp anymore. When that wasn't even the reason. It was because the level depth was too high. Well, sir, when I said come back to the ramp, you guys went all the way back up the ramp. Oh, I get it. You mean running currently. Oh. Okay, my banner just planted after some lag, so be careful. We might have lag. It's supposed to be instant. It took like 5 seconds. I've had the group together for 2 minutes. If you guys haven't rebuffed within those 2 minutes, I don't know what you guys are doing. Chop chop. There's lag. There's definitely lag. My attacks are pausing every now and then. How's your guild doing, Uke? You guys are still in Gen... You guys still in Gen X? Seems good. Right on. The higher ones are working on Del Taco. Gotcha. Egg is still 35. Are you, UP, and Hint still hanging out? $44? Well, sir. Oh, now they're both moving. Oh, that's so horse bananas. I got 2 coming. I got stuck in the freaking cart. Are you kidding me? I had that pulled smoothly, and they stuck me on the silly cart. Yeah, so apparently the story behind all the debris down here, this is from the Black Rose partying and just discarding waste. So they throw them from the fortress up above, and the goblins came and found this stuff, and they just hang out and rummage through it. Joppa was talking about it earlier today. Yeah, it looks like the next content that's coming out is the Wild Blood content. So in Sky Durban and Silent Plains, up behind it, that orange area where all those weird trees are, there's going to be a whole community up there for the Wild Bloods. That's the next content. And then I guess Badia Dakara comes in after that. That's right. That's when I stopped playing Krushnek, my main, back in February. We kept killing the Wild Bloods, and all they kept dropping was the gear from the G'day Fort, which wasn't worth anything, and you couldn't use it. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to outlevel the content, so I'm good. I made it a rule that I wasn't going to be a level 50 running through level 30 content. That's not my jam. That might be somebody else's jam. It's not mine. I'm here to test the game, so I try to keep all my playtime within the levels of the content that I'm doing, because it's the fairest way to show the game. Me too. Yes, this is not, ooh, I got this first. So many people, man, when Del Taco, or Tel Daedrus, went down finally for the first time, dude, it was so dumb. It was so, everybody's like, oh, first kill, oh, you deserve this. Like, oh, can you guys just grow up? Like, the game's in development. If you want server first, you want world first, wait till the game launches. My God. We're all grown adults. Oh, you know what? Probably after this kill we can move over. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, come to me. Come to me by this tree. Looking forward to the Wild Blood? Yeah, for sure. That's why I can't see farming for something or super pushing levels. It doesn't. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's just it, man. Like, people will turn around and say, "Oh yeah, but Crush, you got the level 50." Yeah, but I did it the legitimate way. It's not my fault. Well, it is my fault that I got groups all the time. It's my fault that I made all the friends. You know? So it was going to happen. As long as you're successful, your XP is only going to move in one direction. Like, we'll probably take Krushnek off the bench once they release the part 2 to this place, which is the 45 plus content. I mean, depending on how Crushifers is geared, or if Crushifers is, you know, the proper level for that. 45 is a long ways away. Even 40 is a long ways away. Oh, are you down? You're not down. Well, we need poison resist gear for, I think, for Bobsa, right? Oh, it's still orc skeletons? You're gonna pull, you're gonna debuff, you're gonna dot. I got two coming. Come on, get up there. Stay on the blood wretch. They fixed the moths too. The moths don't clone up to 1,000,000 times now, they just clone the once. I like the challenge. Okay. Are you in the zone? Yeah, big bone. What the frig? I know you meant PHAT. What's that? I'm a joke. What? Swole. We got two coming. Just stay on my target. There shouldn't be. I just warped. Excuse me. Okie dokie. Okay. Everybody on the moss back. I had another good one written tonight, but then it dawned on me, or I discovered that the AI doesn't hold on to a certain amount of text after a certain amount. So out of 20 chapters, I just lost 15 of them, and I was like, oh, okay, we're done with that one. However, after telling the story, the AI did decide to create a ballad. Then I went and asked it to create ballads for the 3 continents. It did that. They're epic because they rhyme. AI is impressive as shit. So anyways, I have 5 ballads now, all about... I have the Ballad of Broken Maw, which is where Krushnek is from. I have the Ballad of the 3 Continents, and then I have the Ballad of the Silent Plains, which is just... Dude, AI is phenomenal. I don't. Mudbone first. So apparently Charm is live on internal for the enchanter, but they're having issues with it, so that's why we don't have it yet. No update on that. The next content that comes out is the Wild Blood content behind Sky Durban, and then I think Badi Dakara, and then I think you'll probably see mounts after that. Yep. On the Mudbone. If there's two of them, it's my target. I feel like VR targeted me and on purpose broke Krushnek's harvesting. We're still getting the mining animation. So when you hear me cutting the tree, do you hear the thunk or do you hear the mining sound? So when you woodcut, there's a thunk, 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 and then when you mine ore, it's a tink, 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 right? Like there's a specific sound to each one. I think VR is punishing me for the last 6 months because every time Krushnek as an ogre goes to a tree, I get the ore audio and the ore animation, the mining animation. Not the diagonal shoulder chop, but I get the overhead pick animation. It's been... yeah. I've asked them to fix it forever. That's what it was. That's what it was. At least you don't have an arm coming from nowhere being... That's true. That's true. That is true. I've asked them so many times to fix it. I don't know why they haven't fixed it at this point. It can't be that complicated. It worked. It worked like Season 6. It worked, I think, in January, and then they broke it during some update in January. Somebody was messing with ogres, and they mixed up audio files or something. Whatever they did, they goofed, because it worked fine before then. Oh. Well, that makes 2. Ah, 2 bone hexes? Man. Couldn't you pull the moss back? We're gonna have double the fears. It's not alright if we get feared no more goblins. There's 3 races still to be put in. There's the gnomes, there's the Arkai, and there's the Scar. The gnomes won't come in until we get the second moon. and the sky changes. Better not be a bone hex, says the guy who just pulled a bone hex. Oh my god, again. Which one you mezzing? I got the one on carry. Nope. Mine's not either. Is it a blood wretch? You mean you accidentally pulled a scorpion, and as you were running, it had no choice but to run behind you on the way to the group. Right. You want to get poisoned? Is it a glow moth? If it was a glow moth, that would have been hilarious. In the AVP zone shard issue in the area to the right coming out from fast logging trying to check if it was there. It's still there? They specifically said it wasn't there anymore. That's weird. I mean, it's funny. It's like they wouldn't think that if they put it in the patch notes, they wouldn't think that a person wouldn't go check. Well, guys, we fixed crafting, but we broke spider pathing. What? Oh, the volume? Yeah. A bone hex and a moss back and a charm bones. Okay, Banner, what was the point of me putting you down if you're not going to work? I mean, the moths down here are working as intended. They're not infinitely splitting, which is nice. So I can tell you with 100% certainty, they fixed that. You able to mez one of these? I'm on the Blood Wretch currently. It actually seems worse now. Just wanted to chime in during drop the stream tonight to ask him to watch, but didn't want to bother. I hear ya. I mean, it's probably the best place you're going to get his attention if he sees your post. We should all be on the moss back that's almost dead. I found with my monk being at 16, if I took his weapons off for hand-to-hand, the damage was the same, but I lost the stats that the weapons had versus your hands having no stats. But on the character sheet, my DPS was 6, whether I was hand-to-hand or whether I was dual-wielding. It's definitely switching shards because you can see the mobs being there and not in the other one. If there's only one Black Rose shard at the moment. I don't think so. There's 2, right? 0 and 1? Not while you were playing? Oh, interesting. Shard 0 crashed, I think. It went off the list. No idea. I would think so. That would be, oh man, that would be disgusting, because then it would just keep dropping the shard. They'd have to increase the player quantity, player limit, or else people won't get on. I think it's 750. Used to be 500, then I think they bumped it to 750 when they took away Shard 3. It is interesting because you got to remember, before the server merge, they had 22 active servers, and now we have 9. Like, what's going on there? I mean, there's no... Like, they can spin up and down. They can spin shards up and down or servers up and down if they need be. But there's no reason why they can't increase the player cap and just let everybody connect to one shard and see what happens and then go, oh, okay, maybe we can't do it just yet. I mean, think about it. You take 24 people in to fight Del Taco with the graphics on, half the raid's gonna crash out. Get on the blood wretch. Thanks for responding to my rants. Just hope they get some of these issues fixed. Drove my crew away. We're bringing several people to the game from streaming. I still have hope. Oh, dude, the game's gonna happen. Don't worry about hope. We don't need hope. We just need time. That's it. We just gotta give them time. We still have like a year. Or, I mean, probably less than a year at this point. We're getting a continent. We're getting a Night's Watch. Or King's Watch. Yeah, and it's his streaming time is awful because I can't tune in at work, and by the time I get home, his stream is over, and I'm just getting ready to stream. I want the ability to turn off my tooltips, man. They had it perfect when it took like 8 seconds for the tooltip to pop up, because I never lingered long enough to have it pop up. But then they shortened it because people complained about not being able to see it. And now no matter what I do, I always see the tooltip. I don't need to see the tooltip. I know what all my skills do. I just want the ability to click a button and have them turned off. Excuse me. It just comes from the wild Vegemite. Yeah. Yeah. If they can't take a quarter of that in one sitting, they're not going to buy it. Home of the cholesterol-y challenged. Up here's no different. We have a fair portion of that too. All the gluttony. No. Mudbone. Death. You know, some of those commercials, they actually say death. If you're familiar with the comedian Roseanne, she was in the news a couple years ago for Ambien. That's probably how we know it. She took an Ambien to go to sleep, and all of a sudden she started making phone calls, and she was all racist and stuff, and it got out. She's not normally racist, but the world didn't care. And it came out that she had taken Ambien before she went to bed. And then there was another movie actor, a guy I believe, who had come out and had an incident with Ambien as well. That's crazy, amnesia. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I did to deserve all this shit, but you. They're talking about me, chat. On the goblin. We have 2 bone hexes. Nerd. Like, as in a remake of, like, the original Anaconda? I like how you guys think we're actually going to fight one of those walkers right now. I mean, Bobza will get melted if he chooses him as his target. Nope, but I'm ready for 3, maybe 4. Okay, so 2.5. 2 moss backs, maybe 3 moss backs. One of those moss backs looks fuzzy in the name. Oh yes, 3. I'm on one of the moss backs. Feel free to finish the scorpion. I'm on the moss back on the back, or where I'm facing. That's how you tank. You say you had 2 you were pulling? I mean, I saw Mudbone running to Pen Ranger. I didn't see it on us. Smells like home. Next to warriors? Next to warriors? Sure. Nope, Feign Death takes him out of the equation and conversation altogether. Ask Wand how many times Feign Death has done him good in the last 2 weeks. Go ahead, ask him. Okay, that's a lie. You're a liar. Right. Yeah, run the moss back. Nope. It's a weird pain. Okay, I don't know why he's not coming. Okay. Hey, Grick, what's happening? Back in my day, we didn't have armor break. You had to make the DPS work for you to do 2% damage to the boss before you called him to assist. And yelled and turn off attack. Yeah, I remember those days. What's going on, Grix? How you doing this evening? That was weird. Excuse me. Oh, you got hit with ads? Attack of the ads. Oh no! Dun dun dun. That was so rude. Oh, did they not show up? Oh, they didn't show up. Grinding some XP. I think I told you, but in case I didn't, my buds that were playing Pantheon have stopped, mostly from the negative interactions we have with players. But some of the ongoing jank with the game didn't help. Well, that's unfortunate, man. I mean, you're clearly not the only ones, but that's unfortunate. You're still playing. Right, gotcha. Man, I wasn't caught in the rock all evening. I got a +1 goblin. Okay, are you gonna come over here? I just thought he wasn't. I just thought he was an idiot. I think what happened there. Yeah, I think that fight just inside the gate still happens. But them running in and out of the room to aggro in the hallways doesn't happen anymore. Nope. Nope. That apparently is fixed. Yeah. I don't think corpses were meant to be in the equation. I think it's just any random person in the area, whether they're grouped or not. Kind of like the way the AoEs in the ghost room used to kill people. You know, Group A pulls a Mana Weaver up into the room. Groups B and C are sitting off to the side, medding. They're not paying attention. Mana Weaver sends off Immoral Surge to Group A. Group A line of sights it. Group B and C die horribly. Ha! Now they can. They were put on the arrow list. Not that I know of. Yep. Yeah, but with the yoink, there's no purpose for the arrows. You gotta yoink from far enough away while shouting pull. Yeah, right, and then shoot them off with your arrow. Yeah, yeah. Giving pallies access to bows is just counterproductive. I don't understand the logic. It's safer to yoink than it is to plink. A paladin's not going to use a bow for DPS, I assure you. You took the words out of my mouth. What? Oh. I mean, it clearly isn't pleasant, so I'll go with peasant too. What was that, Dr. Roboto? It saw you as a peasant. Yup. Yo, somebody was in Joppa's stream earlier this evening, or earlier today, and asked if they were going to put audio triggers in the game. I just about lost my mind. Yeah, when you're playing games like WoW or EverQuest, you can set up the parsing programs like ACT or Gina, and you can set up audio triggers for certain phrases or certain abilities. The person was asking if they could dumb the game down to a point where any rock could come inside and play the game. Because you can queue up like when poison of blah 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 wears off or has 5 seconds left, so you know immediately when to reapply it because a bell goes off or something. And then if a fear's coming, you know, a goblin might yell, "I'm gonna fear your ass." So you queue up, "I'm gonna fear your ass," and every time that comes up, you get a warning saying 3 seconds. Like, people are dumb. Imagine you're fighting Del Taco, and the Spirit of Flames are getting ready to spawn on the floor, but you get notification, so you know ahead of time where to go. The Curse Forge, or whatever it's called, has like 1,000 mods for the game that you can gear WoW to pretty much almost play for you. Yes, that's why I almost lost it when dude asked about it in chat, because when I'm at work, I usually catch about an hour of Joppa stream, but I have to listen to the audio. I can't have my device out or else I'll get fired. So I listened and I heard Joppa say, he goes, blah blah blah, well, would there be audio triggers? And he's like, he didn't even need to continue. He just said the 2 words audio trigger, and I cursed under my breath at work, and thankfully it wasn't out loud, but yeah, audio triggers. It's like the ultimate, let's make the game just dumb. Like, that's what audio triggers are. It allows you to defeat the game. Right. Yeah, the majority of EQ servers today, like even the progression servers, you can't raid unless you have some sort of audio trigger set up on your system. And people are sharing macros and all this other nonsense, and you get called out if you don't have it set up. It's ridiculous. That's right. That's right. there are updated audio triggers for a program called Gina, Gina, and if you don't have the most updated file, like you'll be on a raid with 70 other people, and 60 of them will have the newest version, but the other ones won't. Yeah, it just people get elitist about you not having all the bells and whistles on your computer so that you can conform with everybody else. I mean, the whole point of like running a group dungeon or even on raiding is to watch for the environmental effects, watch for the animations, watch for the character models doing something. Like, it's the same thing with the map for this game. Everybody goes on, or most people go on, I want a map, I want a map, I want a map. Like, you don't need a map. Like, I know where to run pretty much on the entire continent right now. I've never looked at a map. Not on Shao, not on anything. I don't care. This game doesn't need a map, but people want a map to make the game easy. I raid without audio triggers on TLPs and no one ever calls me on it. Dude, I spent the 10 years that I was streaming EQ, the last 10 years that I was on 7 different progression servers. Trust me, you got called out if you didn't have your triggers. I got to the point where I just started ignoring people. Hey Switch, I'm pretty sure WoW is removing add-ons with the next major update. Fantastic, as they should. As they should. Bring challenge back to the game. Terra? Terra was the... Oh, where'd all these come from? Okay, I think do I have them all on me? Yeah, okay. Terra was the first MMORPG to introduce the active combat system, where you had to move around freely and attack. That was the big selling point when the game came out. Or even like WildStar. Me too. Terra shuttered recently, didn't it? Yeah. A lot of those games are no longer up and running now. And I guess with the EQ situation with what was it, Quarm and the Hero's Journey, I think Darkpaw gave them 3 years to run their servers, and then I guess they're going to revisit it after the 3 years. I mean, it kind of makes sense. They're going to be ready to bring out EQ3. They're not going to want Quarm and Project 99 and so on up at that time. They're not going to want to do it. They may want it after EQ3 comes out. They're not going to want it during. Sure. Might have 6 when this guy splits. Man, I'm holding all this stuff. Are you kidding? Arm isn't allowed to have custom content either. Yeah. You stop playing on Quarm because of that? Oh, I'm sure there'll be a few people that will stop playing because of that. I mean, in all honesty, business-wise, you can't blame Darkpaw. You can be mad, but you're wrong. Like, Darkpaw has every right. Well, whether someone takes something that's not being used and mods it to themselves, the IP is still owned by Darkpaw. The IP is still active. It doesn't matter if you've got a server, your cousin's got a server, some guy you knew 10 years ago has a server. It's still active IP. So Darkpaw has 1000% control. Like that was a short trial or whatever. They were nice to have known and let the servers run for as long as they have. And you could say that the hero's journey is the reason that Quarm and Project 99 got shackled. Right? Quarm and Project 99 by themselves weren't making money, at least in the traditional sense. THJ was, and Darkpaw said, no, we don't want that. So they had to lump everybody together. So it could be that if THJ never took a dime from somebody, all three servers, or all three ecosystems could still exist today. But because THG monetized it, Darkpaw said, nope. That's why Project 99 and Quarm weren't acted on until this whole THJ thing. Which as I mentioned, in the business sense, it makes sense. If I created ABC and I have the rights to sell ABC and I'm the only person that sells ABC and all of a sudden you start selling ABC, but it's modified, we're gonna have issue. That's life. That's business. I mean, if you don't understand that, people should probably just log off the internet and join a monastery. That's business. That's all there is to it. It's business. If THJ hadn't taken a dime from people, all three ecosystems could have been thriving for 5, 6, 7 years to come. But somebody had to try making money off of it. You knew it was going to happen. I was always surprised Project 99 never tried to monetize it. Like with the blue server and the green, like, it was always weird to me. But now I get it. They knew, and they didn't want to get sued. THJ was thinking differently. They're like, oh, if Project 99 can do it and Quarm can do it, I could do it. No, you can't. No, you can't. You take 5 cents from somebody and that's it. You're shut down. And people can say, oh, I love THJ. It's such a cool idea and mechanic. I get it, and I understand. But it's going to have to be started by Darkpaw, not by John Smith in whatever country, state, or province. Think it impacted the last round of TLPs that came out last spring? THJ was riding a thin line. It was. They were making money off of somebody else's product. If EQ was defunct and out of business, I get it. It's no different than like a Vanguard fan server or a City of Heroes fan server if it wasn't currently active. I get it. But EQ is still going. So anybody tries to make money off of EQ besides Darkpaw, you're not going to make money for very long. And they more than likely only would have known, or wouldn't have known if a player hadn't have told them. Like, if you think just some random person came along and said, hey, these guys are making money, you're fooling yourself. Somebody rolled on THJ, explored, checked out everything, and probably went to Darkpaw. Said, hey, you know these guys are making money, right? Darkpaw's like, wait a minute, what? No, we thought this was just like a Quorum or a Project 99. Nope, they're making money. Oh, nope, we can't have that. Well, if you're going to target them for making money, you can't leave out the other two technologies. Oh, you're right, we got to lump them all together. So, that's what happened. That's business. And people can be mad, and people can complain all they want. That's life. That's life. Bum, bum, bum. That's life. Big red dog. What do you mean? Yeah, size typically always comes before color. Just say anything with color and size instead of size and color. The white little cat. That doesn't sound right. The little white cat? Oh yeah, that sounds right. Say homage. First death of the night. We'll take it. We were due. We were due. Ooh, we dropped some frames earlier. What happened there? Sorry, chat. I don't know if anybody was here for that, but I just noticed we dropped a bunch of frames at some point. That hasn't happened in a long time. I wonder what happened there. Joppa was talking about Charm today. He said it was glitchy. Yeah. I was just talking to the group about that. Okay, Grix, have a good night, man. Yeah, he said, didn't he say that Charm is on the internal server? The internal testers have it? I mean, you can't give the enchanter a charm and the pet that they have. That's just twisted. Hey, no broken corpse. That's good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Has Scimitar had a corpse here the whole evening? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember seeing a... Well, I mean, maybe it was there? Didn't this dude have his new skin? No? I just said the same thing. But I thought this guy had his new skin. Yeah. Because foxes and wolves look like this for the longest time, and then they finally got around to giving them the skin they have now, but they look like this too. But this guy never looked like this. Yeah, this guy used to look like smooth. I don't know what happened here. Somebody turned something off here. I'm fairly certain. I'm going to have to go back and look at my earlier VODs, but I'm pretty sure this guy had his new skin. I was running the wrong way. I was running towards Houndiers. The group is done for the evening chat, so I'm running back to Demeth just to sort my inventory, and then I think we'll go ahead and end the stream there because we don't have enough time to get into anything else. So to save you guys the time, I will say thanks for hanging out. You guys are free to go. We should be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what the game plan is, but I'm guessing we're going to be back in Black Rose Keep. We did pretty good. We got 26.2. It's not bad. We're getting there. I mean, if you're new to the channel and you haven't taken off yet and you think you might come back to a future stream, hit that follow button if you haven't already. Also, I should let you guys know, all of the VODs or all of the streams that I have for early access, they're up on YouTube as well. So if you go to YouTube and search for @Krushnek, you'll find like my entire early access playthrough. So if you want to check out some other stuff about the game, by all means. If you do, feel free to do all the things. Like, subscribe, leave a comment, all the things. I have all that information up there so you guys can get all the information you need. The city has changed a lot since I last saw it. Yeah, it's officially a town now. You can see they've got houses all the way up and back here too, over there. All right, that'll work. Okay, stream, we're going to go ahead and call it here. I'm going to head out for the evening. As always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day. I'm going to mess around some more with that AI stuff and see what I can come up with. Maybe we'll have a story or something. We'll see. Anyhow, I'm out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.